Alright. So, y'all. More Vampyr. More Vampy. More Vampy. And, yeah. 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 Embrook Hospital. A rat in the hospital? Okay. So we gotta run around a lot and do some curing. Like who's in need right now? Fatigue, 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 fatigue. So 6 fatigues, 7 fatigues, 8 fatigues, 9 fatigues, 10. Sepsis. Okay. So 9 fatigues, 1 anemia, 2 migraines, 1 sepsis. I don't have anything for migraines. All right, I need to figure out where I get the recipe for headaches.
Flower's dying. It needs water.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't know where. Hold on. All right, who? Oomst. Nurse Brannigan, I've got to talk to anyway. So, Goswick, Vidic, Elwood, Shadana, Books, Brannigan.
It's locked.
I will probably have to look up the migraine recipe. Or we'll look up where to find it. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna leave that open so the ghouls can get in.
I wonder why the Goswicks came here in the first place.
All right. Not talking to you, Pippa.
Good evening. Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard rumors of underhand dealings in the hospital?
If you want to know what's going on here...
Okay.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think I caught something in this bloody hospital. I swear I'm dead.
Swear I'm dead.
Smiling inside, Dr. Reed.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Well,
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
right.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain.
It's here again. Simpletons, these nurses.
It's here again. It's here again. It's here again. Damn the pain. Oh.
Someone's poached my blanket. Oh, the cold will be my death.
Someone's poached my blanket. Someone has poached your blanket. Gosh. Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to progress the story at this moment. I'm basically trying to treat whoever I need to. Beatrice, Harvey, Dr. Aykroyd, Dr. Jana, Gwyneth Brannigan. I didn't notice Dr. Aykroyd over there had some stuff going on.
This shift never end? I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Jeez.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
I'm doing hospital work. I'm doing hospital work. Important hospital work. Okay. Harvey. Beatrice. Milton. Chidana. Brannigan.
You always knew.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
None.
Have you heard talk of any blackmail here at the hospital?
No, nothing.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
Really? Why has no one else asked me that since I got here? I thought I was in a hospital.
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Well, perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick.
We're just medicating everybody to get them to the next day.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Alright, let's get the horrible things out of the way.
I have read your son's Suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before. But I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life. But I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
Your determination is laudable, but you are in a state of denial, Mrs. Goswick. Your son has a very strong death wish.
How dare you talk to a mother like that? Talk to me like that?
I'm only trying to be honest, Mrs. Goswick. As painful as this fatal end may be for you, you have to accept this is a possibility.
No, I'll never accept it. If my son was to die under your care, well, you have no idea what I'm capable of, Dr. Reed.
Well,
Have you heard rumors of blackmail
Dr. Reed.
Of course not.
Well, go be
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me?
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Well.
Bye, Mrs. Goswick.
Well. Your mom's awful.
Goswick, how are you?
I'm okay.
Oh.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Well.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen.
Yeah, one of the things I don't really love about this particular game is just the fact that you can't really... There's no way to finesse your way back into getting those clues that you lost. Which, I get it, because that's sort of the conceit of how the game wants you to play. But it kind of stinks. Alright. Where... Alright, Milton.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital. It's a sad state of affairs when even the hospital workers are worried about disease.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often.
Oh, you know. It's...
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed.
Alright. Who has, like I said, I'm still trying to find...
It's safer here than anywhere
the... what's this? Canine. Still trying to find the... opium. All right.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require medical assistance, Nurse?
I will be fine as soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
Yeah. Try to get some rest.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, Nurse.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackwell? She was the first woman listed on the UK Medical Register. Change is slow, but it will come. And you will always have my support.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Okay. All right, let's keep looking. Oh yeah, I've got to go visit. Who else we got? Who else we got? Chadana. Also, I should probably start doing some more side quests before I do this other one. Before I push on with this main one. But like I said, I'm kind of wandering around looking, you know, trying to, you know, maintain health for everybody.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a
At the moment.
pleasure to see you again.
Do you need medical attention?
Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most healthy company, even if the quiet can be appreciated.
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and
None of us, except me.
reminder of our mortality. But you have my thanks, Dr. Reed.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
All right. All right.
It never ceases to amaze me how you, the dead, seem peaceful and lost at the same time.
Okay. What we got here? We got Enid, who I have not met yet. I have seen Stella, but I've not. Okay, Enid we can't get to because of sealed doors and such. let's talk to Nurse Pippa. We'll.
The pain. It's here again.
Someone's poached my blanket.
Poached my blanket.
This is no time for self-pity. It is the last day of university.
Me blanket's been poached. All right. Yeah, we're basically just wandering around looting whatever we can because I need a lot of ingredients and here. Store? No. We're gonna have to go into that morgue, into the old morgue at some point. May as well be now. We're gonna go upstairs first. Yeah, if I can get like a really nice bit of plunder in this place, that'd be great. Bullets.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right. y'all are doing well. Kind of a low-key night here. Alright, upstairs. Up the stairs. Nothing. Dead end. So downstairs then, I guess. We're gonna explore some of these other rooms on the first floor. I still need to find, like I said, where the old morgue. Here's where stuff gets kind of wild. Well, I expect it to be kind of wild. Whoa, hello. Hey, Streamful of Hawk. We're in the morgue. We are in the morgue. We are in the morgue. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't know. I am alive. I'm here. I don't know. Things are, So somebody was just left there. On the operating table. Death report. Dr. Tippett's. Nurse Brannigan. Spanish flu.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful.
If this guy gets up and starts attacking me,
Signs of internal
I'm just gonna freak out. Saber Viper, how you doing?
Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death.
Oh no.
Then he tried to operate on him again.
Oh no.
An egregious error.
Oh no, Tippett. Oh gosh. I thought that zoom in was gonna be him attacking me. I'm like, jeez. Blood absorb.
It's locked.
Gosh. That was a freaky environment. What's in here? Anybody nice I can fight? I'm really surprised I didn't have to fight that guy as an undead. That he didn't just get up and okay. Is there something in? No. Okay, this way. Oh, all right, all right. There we go. Who's next? Oh boy. Like I said, I need something else here, but whoa. I didn't mean to do that. But thanks anyway. Maybe I did mean to do that. Nothing new. An enigmatic formula. Maybe this is the migraine formula. I can't find it. I can't find it. Where is it? Not sure where this is. This? I can't analyze it yet, though. Shoot. Okay. All right. See if there's anything else down here for... All right. And we gotta go back to and talk to Nurse Brannigan and Dr. Tippett. Whoa. The doors. All right. Talk to you later.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett in our situation?
Perhaps you did it with the best intentions, Nurse Brannigan, but you took a great risk. Must I remind you that a man died?
You mean you've never made a mistake? Never covered your tracks? Come on, Doctor. I wasn't born yesterday.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
All right.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Wait.
Nurse Brannigan has been recently accused of neglecting her professional duties. Tell me what you really think about it.
This kind of protest is nothing but elitist bullshit. I trust Nurse Brannigan with my life. She has what it takes to be a great doctor.
Do you really think she could be the next Elizabeth Blackwell?
Believe me, Dr. Reed, a time will come when skill and skill alone will determine who can be a physician and who cannot.
Latest bullshit. That's great. Thank you.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
What will you do after your resignation?
She's interrogating him about the most...
Fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea. Read poetry and wait for death.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
This is no time for self-pity. It is the last thing our patients need.
Alright, everybody is taken care of. Including you, Clay Cox.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
So now... I go this way. This way. You know what? Hold on. I want to do something. Largely because... something is bothering me here. Hold on. Let me put on the break music. Alright. No, I want to fix a thing here real quick. Because... where is it? Where is it? I want to fix that FOV. It's just too wide for me. Okay. AP game, save, config, Windows no editor. It is. Ah, I can tell you why. There we go. Because I had desktop audio on, is the thing. Because that's a side effect of being able to hear voices in Vampyr. Because yeah. Config, Windows no editor. All right. Let me see here. Engine. Yeah. No, I want to fix some things here. Hold on. Why is that not deleting? Yeah, I just got... No. Hold on. Oh, I see. It's read-only for right now. Let me turn off read-only. Why was that like that? I don't know. Hey, Leos. Sorry, I'm trying to fix some stuff behind the scenes. Gameplay, game user settings. Yeah, with Notepad. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ah. What kind of keyboard did you get? The one I have is a... I'll get the link in just a second. Alright, I think we're good. Where is it? Where is it? Ah. Well, for whatever reason, I can't find the one that I have. There we go. No? The one I have looks a lot like this one. It's a TechWare Phantom 10 full-size mechanical keyboard. And this one looks like a pretty good clone of it. I mean, they're both knockoffs of the Razer Chroma. But they're cheap. Mine I got for just about 30 bucks. Pretty good deal. Anyway, let's jump back into this. I wanted to fix the FOV though. That was the only thing. As I couldn't stand that loose, wide out camera. I meant to fix it before the stream, and it was starting to make me a little bit... a little bit ill, or whatever. Yeah, much better. I can deal with this. I don't know. Honestly, I would like something that was kind of in between both of these, like the whiteout view in this, but can't really get that. That's okay. That's okay. There we go. Yeah. There's some good affordable mechanical keyboards out there. Nice. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, I spent a little more on a dedicated mouse that's, you know, really quality, because I had too many cheap mice over the last few years, and yeah, I couldn't take dealing with the mouse that was going to die in 6 months from too many button mashes or whatever. 1 second, I want to look at one more thing real quick, if I can. No, I use a optical mouse. I've got a Corsair. What is this? I don't know. It's got weights in it and buttons on the side, and a button I can hold to slow down my mouse movement to nearly nothing. Oh, no. I don't have that. The trackball, you mean? Yeah, I don't. I used to try and have that, but I used to use that, but not in a bit. Let me see here. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I just bought a pad for that. Got one for pretty cheap. But yeah, so I could hold this button on my mouse, and it goes, which is pretty good for like precision aiming or whatever. But yeah, it's like I said, it's a Corsair. It was about $35. It was good. It's good. All right, that's the graveyard. Right. So we can go in on Whitechapel. There we go. Beast. It's locked all right. Yeah. Hey, Jen, how's it going? We're playing some Vampyr. Wait, got turn around. There we go. It's serious. All right, who's in need of getting healed up here? Clayton Darby, Christina Popa, Joe Peterson. Nice. Harry Peterson. Mason Swainborough, who I can't do anything about right now because I don't have migraine cures. Benjamin Palmer. Albert Palmer. I can do something about Albert. But, yeah. Swainborough, Mason, and Benjamin I can't do anything about. I don't know this person in the bowler hat. Hmm. All right. Take care, Christina. I'm still giving you. All right. What do you got? What do you got? Common handle parts. Tiny good handle parts. Well, let's talk to this kid. Yeah. Jeez. All right, you got anemia. Month of Bloodsuckers goes all right. Month of Bloodsuckers goes. This is probably the last game that we're going to be playing for it. Because I expected this to go to the end of the month and probably right into the 1st of November. But yeah, month of Blood. Yeah, we're doing okay with this. I had to take a little break. I couldn't finish one of the games because I was just too zonked out on playing strategy games at the time. But I've still kind of got fatigue from that kind of game. But it's locked all right. But yeah, we got some good stuff. We've been playing good stuff. We played Code Vein. We played Master of Darkness. Yeah. We played Vampire Hunter D. Gosh, what else? Operation Darkness. That was the one that we... Time to pay one way or another. Thanks, Joe. House is empty. Well, I mean, I should be able to just walk in then. I forget what else we played. Oh. I didn't know you cared. And you. Found a cigarette case and a ring. All these blood samples, huh? It's a killer! It's a killer. Y'all are going after a regular guy, a regular doctor, when you got this beast right there. Priorities all messed up. You're just going to shoot a doctor. They're just going to shoot a doctor and set a doctor on fire who's just walking around, a normal, innocent doctor. Normal, innocent doctor. Messed up priority with this pilot or whatever. Just normal doctors. We're just innocent doctors. Well, they learned. They learned. Come on, we can sort it out, right? Who's this guy? Oh yeah, this guy. Fortitude. I've had enough of you for a night. Oh my gosh, where is... All right. Who else have we got? All right. Clayton Darby. Albert Palmer. Treat for sepsis. Clayton, still need to find Clayton Darby. There we go. Wow. Hey, fruit for sale. Fruit. Also, I need to find the... Okay. Where is this guy? Got him. All right. Much better with the close-in FOV, honestly. I couldn't deal with the so-called fixes after too long. Oh. All right, where do you come from, by the way? I need to figure out who she... has any sort of contact with. And if there's like has to be another person around here. Mm-hmm. It's not that. Like, I don't know where. Maybe up here. I don't know. I don't know what the... Unless there's some way down there. Which I don't think there is. That's the thing. That's the problem. I don't think there's a real way down there. Alright. Christina. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I know, dude. I know. That is not a good way to go. Not a good way to go. It's Joe. It's a bloody hand. What it is. Oh, you're letting me pull out a weapon in here. Dead inside. Oh. We found another hideout. Full of things. I'm not going to bed yet, but at least I have a place to rest when I do. Also, what you want, mate? Vampires drink blood. That may be their most specific trait. The sinister. This may be their most specific trait. The sinister peculiarity of their condition, if I may say so. But for me, it's not the most important characteristic of their diet. What has always fascinated me since I started to study them is the imperative need for the blood they seem to endure. They want it more than anything, and this desire can drive them to expose themselves. And when they drink it, they seem to feel more sort of short trance. An ecstatic epiphany said to me once of Volkod. I interviewed in Moscow. I'm convinced that this is an essential element to understand the nature and condition of vampires. They don't drink blood because it sustains them, but it offers them ecstasy. Vampires are addicted to blood, all of them. It is part of their nature, and those among the immortals who refuse to submit to their appetite by strength of their will only are never freed from this addiction. Might as well face it, you're addicted to blood. You're gonna have to face it. Oh, wait. The lights are on. Dead inside. Dead inside. Oh. Oh. This is unlocked from this side now. Cool. Wonder if I go to sleep, I'll have a place to just farm experience. The lights are on, but you're not home. Nice. Nice. I found like 4 Robert Palmer records in my collection when I was doing some inventory this morning. I haven't priced them yet. Yes. They were pretty good. They were pretty good. Pretty real good. Oh. Yeah, I will be. There's Joe. There's that guy. We will. Nobody at home. Future Provisionals, hello. I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed. She is just in full Carnival Barker mode right there. Well, there he is. A dead guy. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. There's some technical things I don't love, but oh gosh, thank you for letting me know. No, I temporarily turned off the desktop audio because I had it running through desktop audio. Thank you for letting me know. I had it running through desktop audio, but I had to turn it off because of some things. Because it messes up my stuff, but when I was doing some game maintenance. Yeah. Thank you. No, I just forgot to turn that back on.
Good evening, Xiaoshu.
晚上好, Dr. Reed. It's good to see you again.
How do you feel now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to follow your advice, sir. But my efforts will be for the living.
I've no doubt. That is a wise and useful attitude in this part of the
I'm also doing this for myself. If I'm destined to survive this epidemic, I need my life to have some purpose.
Why is her name still Widow in Distress when it's clearly Xiaoshun?
I'll never forget my beloved Matthew, but how do I put it? Now I miss him more than I want him back.
I know what you mean. And I think it means you're getting better.
Maybe death will take me the way it took Matthew. Without warning and without mercy. But until then, I live on.
What are you doing with your time now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to help the poor and sick of the neighborhood by handing out medicine.
That's very charitable of you. But why do it at night?
I've noticed that the most desperate...
It's always night here.
Hence my presence, to help them when I can.
Giving out medicine? How can you afford to do that?
I am a rich widow, Dr. Reed. My departed husband left me enough money to last the rest of my life. I can spend some on those who don't have any.
Why don't you move to a better neighborhood?
I thought about it, I confess. To go back to the same empty home every day still hurts me a lot. I am a woman of habit, Dr. Reed. And for now, I am happier being useful in a familiar place than I would be anywhere else.
All right. Ah, here.
Goodbye for now.
All right. All right. So I need to find another... There's like 2 other people I need to find right now. Wandering around here. Can't enter.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Jeez. All right, man. All right, dude.
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
I could spirit that kid away if I wanted to. Make sure nobody ever hears from him again. Where is...
Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your life away.
Littering the streets. Not me.
Jeez. Benjamin's just angrily digging through trash. No, future-proof visuals. I enjoy this, though. There's some technical things that I don't love, like the audio bug that I had from Code Vein kind of coming back and making sound management a little bit weird. And the fact that I don't know. I tried to do some stuff with the FOV and it just was too much. It was too much. So I decided to put it back to the old FOV. There's also some stuff with the gameplay that I wish was done a little better, but you know what? What can you do? I like this though. I like this. I like this quite a bit. It kind of reminds me of if Dishonored was a third-person game. Like it's not. It kind of has the the themes and the designs of like stuff like, you know, Bloodborne and such, but yeah, it feels more like Dishonored or a Deus Ex type game where you're kind of, you know, making your way around and yeah, I mean, it's there's like there's plenty of combat. It's just that there's also a lot of investigative stuff. There's also a lot of RPG stuff, conversation stuff, you know, crafting, such and such. So it's like, it's trying to have to balance a lot of aspects. And yeah. I don't think I would like it as much if it was a pure combat game, though. Right, you know. Just a game that was all about...
There's one of them vermin! Oh, Christ!
There we go. Yeah, like I said, I didn't walk it. It was basically a lot of folks. There were folks that kind of assumed that this would be a Souls-like in some way, and it's not. And for whatever reason, it still gets the Souls-like tag on Steam, but it's not at all. Like I said, it's more of a third-person take on what the immersive sim is. Like I said, imagine third-person Dishonored, and, you know, you kind of don't really have much, you know, it's kind of easy to kind of wrap your head around that. Or at least it's easy for me to define it in that way. I don't know.
It's locked.
Where do we... Hold on a second. I want to see what this... I don't know where this guy is right now. Also, there's two guys I can't do anything about right now because of headaches. I don't have the headache remedy. I don't know. Might have to look something up, though. As far as the location of this guy.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith.
'Cause I can't find him. I feel like I've traveled everywhere in town or everywhere in this part of town. And that's the other thing. It's kind of hard to find things once in a while. Often it's not, because because every character has their own routines, but you know, when you're trying to find new people for the first time.
It's locked, all right.
I didn't want to eat a rat.
Doing this.
I can't believe you're doing it either. I didn't tell you to eat a rat. I told you to jump and didn't jump.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many.
Mm-hmm.
Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Okay, hold on. Back up. I gotta...
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Your dear colleague.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Okay. I'm digging through trash. Oh, that's that guy. Again. Yeah, well. Okay. I've got to find this. Oh, I see. Okay. Right, I know. Well, it's a scythe, but... Yeah, I've got a good hacksaw, a good scythe, a good lupara. You know, I got all the good stuff. Alright, we should probably head back to... Also, I wish there was fast travel in this. At least fast travel between hideouts.
I will return later.
I get the feeling that this is the place in the story mode that or in the story that I need to be. So I go this way.
All the good boys join the army.
Nice. Who's that guy? Who is this guy?
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Even my dreams are...
Oh, it's Harry's place. Okay. Well. Oh, next. Your 130-minute stream this month. You did the pre-show for the Tabletop Live Network Marathon today. Nice, nice. Let me give you a shout out too. Oh my. Yeah, you're oh my gosh. Did I spell that right? Hold on a second. Is bot? No, oh, there's the bot. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, awesome. Oh, well, yeah. Are you still on just You're still on basically just balancing your school schedules? Yeah. Speaking of schedules, after this, I thought it was going to be this month, this coming month, where I was going to have to take a hiatus, but it's probably going to be December when I take my hiatus. But yeah, I'm going to be in kind of a pinch with some things. Okay. Let's see here. We gotta go find some folks. Yeah, I might have to reach out. I'm eavesdrop.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
What's your deal, Dorothy? And how did I just walk up? without her noticing me on her boat.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Well. You know. Yeah, I'll have to message you at some point, Jen. Oh. There we go. Okay. Cool, cool. Well, there he is. There he was. Concerning the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, I would advise our members to be very wary about our these so-called scholars. Yes, indeed, most of them are always affable and respectful whenever they approach us, but it'd be quite unwise for a discreet circle like the Ascalon Club to foolishly speak about our goals, our members, or our traditions. I would also like to remind our fellow members that the Brotherhood itself is ancient enough to have some mysterious traditions. One of them, according to some informants, could be the ritual of the so-called Ban of the Dragon. It seems that in certain conditions, when the Brotherhood of St. Paul find a violent, bloodthirsty immortal, they call upon him this ban. What is it exactly? I don't know. Does it really exist? I don't really know for sure either. What I've established as facts is that whenever a hostile or vindictive vampires threaten London, it's disappeared without a trace after the Brotherhood pronounced a ban upon him. The loyal Fergal Bansha himself has never been foolish enough to openly provoke the Brotherhood. This is a lesson we must all remember. Never be considered a dragon by the Brotherhood. Ball of Ascalon by Lord Redgrave. Vampire societies. No.
Thirst for blood.
Thirst for blood. I want to see the open sky and blah, 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 blah. You sure? You sure are talkative for getting killed.
I can't breathe! I can't breathe!
Oswald.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here! I need to get out!
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you.
Newton?
Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite...
Please help me! Please help me, kind of sir! Alright. We're gonna mesmerize him to walk out of the hospital. Out of the sewers. Oh wait, we can't mesmerize him. Alright, Phil Collins, come on. Come on, Phil Collins! Damn it!
Yes, I'll be... as soon as I can see the sky again.
All right. How you doing, Cartube? All right, Oswald, don't lose my number. Because I'm not anywhere that I can find you. All right, there we go. There we go. I want to see the sun in the sky, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we got him.
There's one of them! I'll kill it!
There we go. Finsbury Gate? What? Oh, this is the place where I was trying to get to before. All right. I'll get back to it at some point. Oh, and this is the... This is the shortcut to the hospital. Cool. Cool. Stop motion animation back there.
Disgust on every street corner.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough.
Jeez.
Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
Give her back her blanket. All right.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
All right. Pippa, we'll kill you later because I'm probably gonna have to... Jeez. Harriet Jones. Best character in the game. Alright, where's Phil Collins and his friend? Now that I found... Okay, oh, he's got a headache? Can't do anything about that. I can do nothing with that. I can do nothing with either of these. I still need to find this. I know where to find that guy. And I still need to find her. Am I Tom Hanks? I'm not Tom Hanks. I'd like Tom. There's Tom Watts. I'd like to have Tom Hanks's money though. No, this guy is clearly not Tom Hanks.
I met him in New York once.
Although I do like how Don't is using the same model actor for the next game that they're doing for banishers. I noticed that.
Dr. Reed will help straighten things out in Pembroke, remember? I, for one, am still waiting to see him.
Well, that's reassuring. Believe me, it gives me courage.
Why have I got... Where did I get this weird fabric around my leg? Alright, I still need to find that guy in the sewers. I want to live a full life and see the sun and blah blah blah.
He's locked the door behind him.
Why would you do that?
Find another way to follow him.
Why would you do that? Especially if you know you're gonna get jumped by mama monsters. Oh, money. Another box. What's this? Oh, another box. Shotgun shells. Another box. Light regeneration syrup. And I guess this is a boss fight. Sewer beast.
What sort of creature is this?
Excuse you.
Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check.
Wow. If you're sick, if you have no money, whoever you are, wherever you're from, come see Dorothea for help. No tricks, no charges, no questions asked. Just find Darius Petrescu's house and present this coupon. Okay.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Look, I have the voucher. No, not quite. Not quite. Alright, there's gotta be some other stuff I missed. Beware flu. There's gotta be some stuff I missed. Shoot. Shoot. I want to see the sun. Blah, 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 blah. Did you leave yet, dude? Why are you still in there? Phil. Never mind. Never mind. All right. Back to Whitechapel, I guess. Oh wait, no, we gotta explore some of the rest of this place. That's the docks. Well, the docks. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna go that way. Hey, after me. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Wait, I missed the, there we go. Up here. Ah! Alright, alright. Now we're just, working our way through some, more Vampyr. I think we're actually progressing the story now. I managed to get around and cure everybody that I possibly could. Although I really need to get back to the docks so I can find all the people down there. But oh, when you zoom in more, you get like actual landmark things. Cool. You're saying?
I cannot enter.
Locked.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right.
It's an itch! Oh my god! We have to stop it!
I put some... Oh! I'm starting to put an idea together of what I'm going to be playing in November, so I'll be doing a little more than I thought. Luckily. Wait, can I zoom up there? I thought I could. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing like I said, Wizardry Guide at the start of the month for the Game Boy. And then Mother for the Game Boy Advance. Earthbound Zero, rather. Yeah, but Mother for the Game Boy Advance after that. And that's going to be sort of my affiliate anniversary. The playthrough of Mother is. And then I'm also going to be looking at, let's see here, what else? Nappletail. I'm going to be playing Long Gone Days, which is a new RPG that just came out of early access. After Image, which is a Metroidvania from earlier this year. And I might sneak in some extra stuff. It depends on time and everything. Because there's some PlayStation stuff I want to look at. I especially want to look at Philosoma and Phase Paradox at some point, since that's just the funniest, like, game and sequel combination that I can think of. Since the first one was a shoot 'em up and the second one was a space survival horror game. You think vampires hide in dodgy areas of the hovels of wonder? No, they hide in the highest clubs and fancy houses of the West End. I know for a fact that some of them rule the empire in secret. They have a club. They have public figures. Nappletail. Nappletail is a Dreamcast game. It's kind of a platformer. Kind of a 2.5D platformer. And most of the development staff, I believe most of the development staff for that game were women. And the soundtrack is by Yoko Kanno, who did Macross Plus, Cowboy Bebop soundtracks. And she is pretty much, Yoko Kanno is pretty much flexing her Danny Elfman soundtrack fandom muscle in a lot of parts of that. So, especially the main theme is very, like the main theme and a couple other things are on there, like really reminiscent of a lot of his soundtrack aesthetics. So yeah. I'm looking forward to playing that again. Especially because I haven't touched it since like 2003 or 2004. And they've had a fan translation. Yeah. They had a fan translation. The music is totally different from her Cowboy Bebop stuff. But it's still really, really good. She does a lot of eclectic. I found out a little while ago that she did soundtracks uncredited for. She got her start doing soundtracks uncredited for Koei strategy games, for like Nobunaga's Ambition and Romance of the Three Kingdoms and stuff like that, like the earlier versions. She was doing the chiptune arrangements for that before she got into doing anime soundtracks, which I thought was wild. Yeah, she did. She totally did. They aim to control the country and our destinies. We must reveal them for what they are, greedy enemies of mankind, born to this world to bring us all into the eternal darkness of hell. You know them, but you don't dare pronounce their names. And soon I will. And soon, and everybody in London will know the name of the Vampire Club. Clarence Crossley. Yeah, I only recently found that out, though, that she did all those Koei soundtracks. All right. We're gonna make some more. This, one of these, one of these. Okay.
I cannot enter.
What do you mean?
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right. Money. Okay, so there's like, yeah, I want to open up the doors on the other side of those Like, basically the alternate routes into Whitechapel is what I want to get to. Yes, yes, yes. This way. But I don't know if I can. I don't know if it'll let me. And I can't warp up here. For whatever reason. It's like it's giving me a balcony, but it's teasing me with this balcony, but saying, nope, can't go up there. So, yeah. That's why we need hideout to hideout fast travel in this game. Or that's why we needed it. Maybe the sequel. Set in Manchester, 1985. Where Dr. Reed turns a fictionalized version of New Order producer Martin Hannett into a vampire. And it's just 24-hour party people, the vampire game. I'd pay good money to play that. Are we back at this thing again? Pembroke Hospital? All right. We have to find... I think we're going to have to go to the south. Yeah, I think we're going to have to go, yeah, back to the docks. Because I want to find the rest of the people. All right, Jen. Thanks for being here. Thanks for stopping in as well. Always good to see you. Check out Jen County Plays Board Games for all sorts of cool board game explorations. Even though, like, streaming schedule is up and down, but that's all right. That's all right. Whenever she's on, she's always worth checking out. Yeah. Ah, well. Oh, this guy.
This is no place for...
I just want to have a talk. Wow. They don't even want to. They don't even want to have a conversation. They're just like, no. As soon as you approach them, they're like, kill your mate. Like, fine, be that way. Be that way. Die, vermin! Limehouse duck. All right. Now I need to find.
Been a while since we've seen any new faces round here.
But with the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
All right. Let's figure out what else we need here. As far as other other people. Pembroke citizens. No. The docks. Hmm. Ow. Okay. All right. I think a lot of these folks are just folks I can't meet yet, so better just get back to Whitechapel then. Since I think a lot of stuff is just going to be contingent on the priest being let out of hospital.
Wars never really end.
Yeah, come on. We've already made a war never changes and joke in this playthrough.
For now, everything seems under control, more or less.
Don't forget to keep an eye out for this guy.
All right. Knocked out the guys here. Knocked out, killed. Whatever. Same difference. Killed the guys down there. Killed them. Killed them. Killed all of them. Killed them.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Come on, Baron, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
Where could he be? I know where he is.
It's not my call, Baron. You pay one way or another. Please, Joe. How long are we...
Please, Joe. Please, Joe.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now, goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
It's locked. I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Yeah. Why do I have a custom marker? Remove.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
You again. Where is... Okay, hold on. Hold on.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Jeez.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Jeez.
You are blind by your false faith, imprisoned by your daily routine, unable to see the true horror around you.
All right. Alright. Let's find... Where'd Clayton go? Oh, he went all the way up here, I guess. What?
Good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
Yeah.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
Ah.
I'll leave you alone, sir. Good evening, Mr. Nithercott.
And good evening to you too, Mike.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Some of us come to this world already touched by grace.
Where? Wait, did he already move to the other side of the building?
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
It's confidential. Speaking as a doctor, I'm sure you understand.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious, never goes out, doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No, except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nithercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nithercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or...
Alright, talk to him.
You can usually find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
What? What?
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Gonna be a crude drawing of a middle finger or something. That's what's gonna be on the letter.
Hello again, miss.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about Richard I know you... Very well. Goodbye, then.
Wait, I can't... My dearest, most beloved children, I'm so sorry. Hey, I'm trying to be good. I did a couple of feeds, but I'm mostly trying to be good. So sorry you have not heard from me for a few months. The situation in London has been difficult. I know it may sound selfish and silly when you, my children, are still living in a country consumed by war, but there's also a war going on here in England. War against poverty, a war against injustice. This is a war I intend to fight despite my advanced years. This is why I'm writing to you today. I won't be coming back to Romania. That probably means I won't see you again before I die. Don't be sad, my darlings. You're grown up now and you have children of your own. You must know the sacrifice we sometimes must accept to make the world a better place. This is one I must make now, to be useful, to feel useful one more time. I wish you a long and happy life. Kiss my grandchildren for me and remember that your father loves you all the way from this cold, damp country. I am as ever your loving father, Darius Petrescu.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter.
That's right.
Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Yeah, we're I've blood drained the horrible landlord and who was it? Yeah, I blood drained Cadogan Bates and Clay Cox. I might get a couple more, but I'm not playing it totally straight up.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again. Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
I'm gonna steal all the money and empty all the drawers.
It's locked.
Locked, all right. By many journeys, I believe I was most amazed by my exploration of the Mediterranean Isles, and particularly the island of Santorini, searching for traces of vampire presence in these sunburnt islands. Herodotus himself refers to this island in his fourth book, and I'm personally convinced that there are many mysteries to be unveiled in this part of the world. Who knows that, even today, the island of Santorini is still considered by some to be the most vampire-infested place in the world, way more than the Carpathians, and its inhabitants are considered one of the specialists of the vampire hunt. The hunt of Vrikalakas, as they call this creature. According to local myths, the Vrikalakas is a dead person who does not decay and who can show a vermilion complexion for as long as he is gorged with fresh blood. He cannot enter a house without knocking and getting a response. Garlic makes him flee. He does not consume under the sun, but his skin blackens. He can change to wolf and other animals. What struck me most is that the same name exists with small variations. From the Mediterranean Sea to the Balkans. The Greeks call him Vrikalakas. The Bulgarians and Macedonians name him Varkalak or Varkolak. Varkolak. The Serbians call him Vukodlak. Yes, Vukadlak is a name similar to Volkad, which we already know, my dear brothers. Just to write a few words, just to write a few words now gives me the shivers. I'm personally convinced that we're here confronted to some kind of proto-vampire. Maybe they're a missing link between modern vampires and the creatures that came before them. God allows me enough time. I wish to go one day to go back to Santorini Island and find the trail of this antique and forgotten figure. Usher Taltree. Vampire origin myths.
If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
Do you need some help, Mr. Petrescu?
I am very tired, but that is all. I don't need you, Doctor.
Well, I think you do. Take this, and you'll feel better.
Free drugs from an English doctor? It must be my lucky day.
Yeah, that's right.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area. Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Did you refuse to publish Richard works, Darius?
Yes, his manuscript is as pompous as he is starched. Now there's a man who loves the sound of his own voice.
You could have told him so.
As a great writer recently said, politeness is the most acceptable hypocrisy.
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
It is not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
All right. On to the next one. We're gonna get jumped out here. Wait, what was that? A letter to Nurse Crane. My dearest Dorothea, when you read this letter, I will be on the boat that will take Anton and me back to Brasov. England was not for us, and I confess I cannot wait to see again the proud hills of Transylvania. As soon as we are there, Transylvania! I promise to light a candle in the Black Church and pray for you to survive this terrible epidemic. While I know that you do not agree with this decision, and that you are determined to be more useful to helping our comrades exiled in the East End, but Anton cannot wait to return to our beloved country. See our long-awaited revolution bloom. He is my husband, and I will stay by his side. I know that we had our arguments and our fights, and I know that you would have wanted me to stand by your side and help you manage this clinic of yours. But now I'm leaving England, and be assured that if anything would happen to you, you would be in great. If you were ever in great trouble or danger, I would come back immediately to London, with or without Anton. Please think of me as much as I think of you. I'm your affectionate sister, Theodora.
I need help!
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
It's too dangerous to operate with these convulsions. Sedative, nurse. Do we have any anesthetics?
I'm sorry, Doctor. None at all.
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy. Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
Oh no.
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along?
Oh no. Oh no.
He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could? Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
And just as a little treat. Just as a little treat.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
I need a shop. I need a medical shop.
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then?
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal.
Oh. The district will soon suffer the consequences of your action.
It's locked.
It's locked, all right. It's locked. What?
This one stinks already. Bloody leech! Fuck his fire!
So these folks came in and just killed these people off on their beds. Oh, yeah, they're horrible.
It's up to us! He's made,
There we go.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, where's the nurse? Nurses. Where's the nurses? I guess that's just later.
It's locked, all right.
I guess that's just later on. Alright. It's alright. It's alright. I think I'm gonna take a break in a little bit. To do some, things. Yep. Get on my feet for a second and grab a snack. And
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Right.
Kill it, boy! Roast him alive!
Yeah. You again. Anyway. Hope y'all, yeah. Hope y'all have fun with that. Dying stuff. All right. Gotta get to Lady Ashbury. Well, way to clean up.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you were full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
What?
I believe I could agree to that.
And since
Wait a minute, we
keeps her promises,
brought.
I will now answer any questions you
You
may.
wanted me to.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
And no one suspected you of the murders.
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a Scar?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild,
It's her.
to their baser instincts.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Very well, but I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secret.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain. More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone. But it seemed they have been recruiting.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals.
Yeah.
How could this cause offense?
How you doing, James?
Can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but...
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
My maker.
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no...
Yeah, just dealing with some health things lately, so... And I'm doing... Yeah, doing okay.
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find
Oh.
Considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire.
Yeah.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential project.
Can I...
If you did decide to sire...
Can I turn the lady that... Alright, cool. Thanks for letting me know.
For now, my lady.
I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
So can I... Now that I know how to turn people... Where is she? Where is she?
Daily routine.
Not you, Harriet. Where'd you go? Where did you... Teresa, where'd you go? There you are. Hey. Hey. Hey.
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Oh, I got blood for you. No.
Mistress of the Dark.
Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. She thinks she's a vampire. I wanted to help her out.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Don't waste your time with me.
I wanted to help her out, but I can't help her out. Such a shame. Shame. All right.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Where is the... place that I analyze blood, though? Well, I guess I do it at the table here. Stamina serum.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? The flower's dying. It needs water.
Okay. Well, now that I have... Tell Dr. Swansea. Oswald. Oswald. All right, let's get some... Yeah. Let's get some sleep. Level up. So we can, do this stuff. All right. Following night. Futile police raids in Whitechapel. As late, the rumors that surround Whitechapel are ripening into facts. The last 3 months, the police have suspected that the district of hosting what might be the heart of London's medicinal black market, but of course these suspicions will remain assumptions. No task force or additional police presence have been set to Whitechapel. No large drug stocks have been found, nor no crime lords arrested. This masquerade has only been planned as a desperate attempt to conceal the blatant incompetence of the London City Council's Board of Health by giving the populace a cheap and easy victory while the epidemic spreads more and more each day. Worst of all, when you take the time to review the most recent statistics, you discover that the district of Whitechapel is coping with the disease much better than most parts of the city. Is it a miracle? Evidence of the activity of an illegal but efficient medical underground? More proof of the authorities' criminal incompetence? All I know is this. If a Londoner has a better chance to survive the epidemic by choosing to live in this godforsaken borough, then I'm ready to move to any cheap flea-infested flat that some shady landlord will agree to rent me right now. Cool. So, healthy. All right. Pippa has a cold. Oswald has a headache. Newton has a cold. Things of your mind. Things are mine. Thank you for the Prime sub. Oh my gosh. Hope you're doing well. Alright, who's sick here? Anybody? Nothing. Nobody. Yeah, thank you for the support. Alright, who we got? We got Mason. We got Loretta, who has a cold. We got Benjamin, who has neuralgia. Yeah. Barrett Lewis has fatigue. Father Tobias has fatigue. Alright. Hope you're doing well, things of your mind. Pembroke is healthy. Okay, I need to get... Yeah, I need to get these, these recipes. Which I think I'm gonna have to do... I'm gonna have to go to, Dr. Crane and buy her recipes.
It's locked.
It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right. All right, it's locked. Still can't get into this door. Yeah, let's, first of all, let's talk to Edgar about this guy's blood.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could...
Your blood?
...properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I mean...
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yeah?
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Blundering idiot.
Alright, where do I find these?
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
It's here again.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better already. Can I go soon?
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
I don't know why you can't go soon.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Well... I get the feeling that this is a, Oh, hold on. That, So much poached me blanket! That going to this funeral is going to, be a bit of a... Alright, hold on.
I need to talk to you, Edgar.
Please do so.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
Perhaps too capable. Nurse Crane also ran an illicit dispensary in Whitechapel. I had to ask for her resignation.
I see. Well, you'll just have to manage without her assistance.
Nurse Crane will not be returning.
Hey, Luke Pistachio.
Something happened.
Perhaps too capable.
I see.
Okay, so I can't tell him.
So you manage a hospital financed by a vampire?
Yes. Pembroke was founded by Lady Ashbury. She's also our largest donor.
If I may inquire, how did you meet her?
Well,
Hope you're doing well, Luke Pistachio.
and offered me the position. It's been a very profitable partnership for both parties.
Sure it has.
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
Do you know anything about the vampire hunters in the East End?
Without a doubt, it's the Guard of Prewen.
Dr. Edgar Swansea. Yeah, Swansea, yeah. He's,
Where do they come from?
he's curious.
The Brotherhood's ideology on non-intervention. But they concluded vampires were a scourge.
They're definitely well organized.
They're extremely dangerous and not to be trifled with. To them, you're a feral beast, and I, your accomplice.
We'll talk later. I need to talk to you, Edgar.
Please do so.
Can I get any other regular conversation? I can't get regular conversation out of Edgar. I can't get normal talks out of Edgar. So, all right. I need to take a short break. What's this? A box over here? A box of codeine. Like I said, I wish I could. One mechanical thing I wish I could do in this game is warp between safe houses. But I can't. So, well. That's okay. That's quite alright. Let's go to the break music. Alright. I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, hold on, let me see if maybe... I have a feeling that if... Alright, yeah. So it's either double or nothing on the break music. Apologies for that. So, anyway. I'm gonna play some reels. But I'll be back shortly.
Bear with me a second. Things are happening.
they all at least have a graphic on the front, you know. Fractal Social, all their cases, they are really good. They're good cases. My next PC build, I'm going to be doing a full build into, I'm not sure which case, I haven't decided yet. I'm leaning towards the Fractal North case. It looks really nice. I like that wood, the wood grill on the front. Yeah, it looks really nice. Mike, have you seen the weird television advertisements in Australia for the NES?
I got this. Fuck!
You don't got this.
That's up to you.
This is a boss. There's gonna be a boss here, I can tell. Look at what the camera is doing. There it is. I played from some pretty easy work.
This is like an alternate reality. It's like, hello there, welcome to this. This is crazy. Look at this. It's so crazy. Wait, this is great. Catfish. Or fish cat.
I had a guy at a bar offer me adrenochrome one time. I thought he was joking, and he handed me a Hawaiian Punch with an ear in it. It was a Hawaiian Punch. I haven't seen Hawaiian Punch around in a long time, but it was a Hawaiian Punch in the bottle and it had an ear in it. He said that was adrenochrome. I said, you better be fucking joking with me. Who the hell are you? Are you Tom's me sister? You know what I mean? Fucking crazy.
Sarah, I'm only stealing for science, okay? Oh, it's doing it again. Now people are just hair. Oh, this is... I apologize for the quality of the stream, but that is the reason I'm streaming this. This is for fucking floating air people.
Alright, when you're up close like that, you use the use the R so you can aim directly up or out of that. Yeah. Oh, let's go! Hey! Yo, I told you what I said. What I said.
Holy shit. That's holy shit.
What was that?
Did you know that in terms of Danish and fish compatibility, tuna is the most compatible? Providing a mild taste and easy meal integration, tuna is an effective fish meat to add into things such as sushi or sandwiches. All tuna is now Vampiric free.
What?
You heard that, Danny?
All right.
By all means, consume tuna.
All right. Coming back. All right, we are back. I have fed. On chocolate donut cakes. All right. Where are we going? In game, I mean. You need to distill. As Pippa has the cold. Newton and Oswald. Newton has a cold. Oswald has a headache. Alright, first thing I want to do. I am running back to... do business with the nurse. You know, we rested and these guys have not respawned. And I find that mighty curious. Mighty curious indeed.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right. All right, where are we at? We're going to the... Like I said, we're going up to the freaking dang freaking oh, let's get some blood. Let's get some rat blood.
I have this.
Eat a rat, eat a rat, eat a rat, eat a rat.
Despicable.
Good sounds. Good noises. Great noises. Great eating noises. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like it, that's kind of a side effect of having to run the desktop audio for this game, because if I ran regular game audio capture, like, you know, app audio capture with this, it would cut out voices.
Welcome back.
Good evening, nurse. How should I address you? Dorothy? Dorothea? Miss Crane?
Dorothy is all right. If you don't mind me calling you Jonathan.
That's fine with me.
What can I do for you then, Jonathan?
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
I don't know whether you have undertaken your own patrols or examinations, but local health seems stable.
How are things going in the dispensary?
Since we made our arrangement.
Good.
Have there been any more attacks by the uniformed men?
No. It looks like they have found another business to extort.
Well, good. Let them extort elsewhere.
Do you have many patients?
A few, but most of them just pass through and go back home. Especially since those vigilantes stormed the building on the night you were here.
How are things going in the...
Things are
All right.
I hope you've stopped jeopardizing this facility with your illegal business, Dorothy.
Yes, I have. Most of the time. But the blackmail money is too useful to stop it completely. I just target less dangerous people.
Who is the current victim?
I would rather you did not know. You are my client, not my accomplice. Besides, I'm much more cautious since the first time you found me.
Why did you blackmail Lady Ashbury? She's a generous person. You could have asked her for money directly.
She killed those patients, I'm sure of that. I know you like her, but that gingerhead has a taste for blood.
Do you need medical help, Dorothy?
I'm a professional nurse. Rest assured, I'll ask for your help if I need it.
Do you trust me?
You forced me to resign after you caught me trying to save a dying patient. Of course I trust you. You're a blackmailer, just like me.
The epidemic is deadly.
That's a good bit of line.
I'm more afraid of being locked in a cell. I've seen what most hospitals do to the sick staff. They keep them hidden to avoid panic.
That's a good bit of conversation.
There's not much to say.
Oh.
My real name is Dorothea Crasciunescu. I was born in Romania, and I may have been the best nurse Pembroke ever had, before you fired me.
Do you regret your time at Pembroke?
I miss the energy. There was so much to do, so much to learn. Even though I was double-crossing the board, I felt I was part of something worthwhile there.
Do you think about going back to Romania? Once the war is over and the epidemic here has been contained.
Jonathan, this war will be over long before you will see any improvement in Whitechapel's sanitary situation.
Show me what you have in stock, please.
What do you got? What do you got? Strange formula. Yes. Sturdy blood sample. Yes. Anything else? Alright, where's your desk? Where's your mixology desk? You don't have one. Come on. Well, everybody had one. Oh well. Oh well. Guess I'll have to fend for myself. Out there in the streets. Alright, where... Bloody vampire, bloody vampire. He's a bloody vampire.
Even... Good evening, my dear colleague.
You look ill, Miss Swanborough. I wonder if your concoction will do the trick.
I have no doubt it will. But I'm not against a second opinion, Dr. Reed.
Well, there you have it. Take this remedy, but be discreet. It may damage your business otherwise.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
Oh, you have a cold.
Good evening, Zhao Shu.
晚上好, Dr. Reed. It's good to see
Widow in distress.
How do you feel? Physically speaking, I mean.
I don't feel good, Dr. Reed. Not at all.
You should recover quickly after taking this.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye for now.
Is this the one that has the... I think it is. It is. Wow. Right, what have I... All right, one person has something going on. Cold, headache. Neuralgia, fatigue, migraine. Oh wait, I've got to do this too. Let's upgrade some weapons. Hold on a second. There's some weirdness going on with these colors, with this color palette as well. Hold on, not that. No, not that either. No. Definitely not that. Definitely not that. Not that. Not that. I'm looking at some effects here. Absolutely not that. Not that either. I mean, some of this is not really coming through because of things, but yeah. Basically, there was some red on red text that I couldn't read. Especially over here, where it says increased damage dealt by 10%. That was with the reshade stuff I was using. It was very difficult to see. Stamina consumption by 10%. Actually, let's do that one instead. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let me do this as well. All right. Mason Swanbro. Where do I find Mason at? I've met him. Benjamin Palmer. Tobias, Barrett Lewis. What? Is this the... Dead inside. Mason. Benjamin. Bias. Camellia. Richard.
Some of us come to this world
All right. All right.
Malevolence and trickery.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
Faith gives me all I need, my son. If I must fall, then so be it.
No doubt your faith will prevail, but let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity, my son.
I'm just gonna throw it away. Because medicine is the devil's candy. My son.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Do you need help, sir?
To be honest, I'd prefer you take a look at my stuff. I'd rather be rich and sick than the contrary.
I don't quite agree, but I won't argue with you. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Really? Free? Don't take it personally, but charity usually comes at a price. Human nature being what it is.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Alright, where is...
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer
Good
to
evening,
all
Benjamin.
your problems.
Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
Whoa.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Where is... Where's Albert? There's Albert's horrible father. Like, I don't remember where I found this guy in the first place. Mason Swanborough. Okay. Gotta dig through again. Oh. Okay. So it's gonna be up this way. Up this way. Wait, first of all, I gotta buy a... I gotta...
My dear colleague.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Gotta buy a cordial.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. Something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers, who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
If your true purpose was to help, you wouldn't take money from the poor for your snake oil.
Oh, but to pay for it is part of the process, Doctor. If it were free, they wouldn't believe in it.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
Mm-hmm.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again. So many people.
Science fails you. Yeah. Okay. This way? No. No, not up there. That was a... weird shoe noises. More weird shoe noises. I need to go this way. And up this street. And wait. Okay, yeah. Yeah, last one left is Mason Swanborough. Then we need to go back to... we'll go back to Pembroke eventually.
See them fancy clothes?
Oh, finally! Finally! You have, like, NPC infighting. About time. It is about time.
Yo.
Dragon of the West.
Dragon of the West 412 rated the stream with 8 viewers.
Hello, Dragon of the West and Raiders. How are y'all doing? How was your stream? Doing some Minecraft streaming. Nice. Well, that went well. And, yeah, thank you for the raid. And hello to Raiders. I'm Rat Clown Car. I do all sorts of games. Right now I'm doing Vampyr, action RPG by Don't Nod, the same folks that made Life is Strange. But they also do some other stuff. I mean, this is more kind of in line with, like, their roots when they did Remember Me. And it's, they're continuing with this, actually, because they've got a game called Banishers coming out in February. Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, it's been years since I messed with Minecraft, but nice. I kind of got burnt out on it hard, unfortunately. But awesome. What? Where are these? What was that? Anyway. Let's take care of this guy. Thank you. It was just like suddenly a rain of zombie vampires. That was good. It was extremely good quality video gaming. Is this my guy?
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
Oh.
I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
Dude. What do I need to do to get this guy in? I know mesmerize level 3, but there's an alternate way. Yeah, Vampyr's cool though. Yeah, I can't. All right. I guess I can't deal with that right now. Until I get another mesmerize level. Hypnotize level. What?
Filthy fucking beast!
Am I getting the jump on my ambushers?
Mother, why have you come here? This is proving far worse than I imagined.
Oh no! Mother! I'm sure it'll work out just fine, right? New hideout. New hideout. I think I've got to go the other way because reasons. Because reasons and because Because rats. That's why. That's why. Because rats. Yeah. What do I want to switch to now? I can switch to the good revolver. I can switch to the good liston knife. For some primo blood absorption. I can steal some gold. Burp. A wool scarf. A beautiful and warm woolen scarf with traditional Romanian pattern. Interesting. Romanian pattern. There's like 4 people that could be tied to. At least 4 people that I've met so far in this game.
Get in weapons ready!
Vwah, vwah. Very good. Very good sounds. Yeah, we're gonna have to go the other way to get to the quest in the cemetery. Stick me with some health. Yeah, I'm getting it back. It's just taking a little bit of time.
Get in! Fuck! He's dead! Die, baby!
No, you. No, you. There's... Oh, this was that Pridwin, command post. Anybody stick over here? The two guys. Where is Newton Blight at anyway? I mean, of course, blood quality. Blood quality is high. Oh,
They belong to you now.
this animation sequence is really good.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Little result.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
All right.
Do you need medical help yourself, Nurse?
I'm afraid I've contracted some illness, Dr. Reed.
Some illness.
Not under my watch, Nurse. Take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Dr.
The
Reed.
interrogation of giving somebody medicine. Medicine. Medicine.
It's here again.
Where is...
Daily routine.
I don't know where those guys are. There they are. There they are. Where y'all going?
I cannot enter.
What are y'all doing? Come on. Alright, well.
If you relax. Someone can see us and talk. Can't help it. Sorry.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
What am I in?
Sometimes you act like a real jerk, you know that?
Come on, Ozzy, don't be like that.
What, like what? Like someone who felt betrayed by the man he loves? Did you ever even try to find me? Rescue me?
You know it's not like that. I wanted to. I was so afraid to leave the hospital, not to be seen with you.
We survived this shit together. That's all that matters. I know you did your best. Fuck the war, right? And fuck them all. Fuck the war. Fuck them all.
That's right. Is the doctor gonna be a jerk to this couple? I hope not.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher. Do you feel any better now?
Yes, this neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctors said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Why did you run?
I don't know why Phil Collins says it trust doctors.
I can't stand being closed in. Makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and processes.
Oh, come on.
I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Nobody?
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during a shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days without ever knowing if we'd be found.
First of all,
do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons. But let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, and days like months. Oh, the terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
I thought about what I could do to survive. Just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
all right. We'll talk to Newton then. Where is Newton? Newton! Hey, Newton! Hey, Newton!
I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe, for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
Afraid so. In the war, I was always worried about picking up something, getting some infection. Unfortunately, I've got that fear in London now.
Throughout history, some diseases have done more damage to armies than any weapon created by man. You were wise to be careful.
You're working at the Pembroke Hospital, aren't you? That's a good enough reason for me and Oswald to go there.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even see...
Rats. Rats.
Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... Well, you know, sir. The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
You and Oswald were buried alive during the war. Tell me about it.
Yeah. It was last summer. A shell hit our trench and we were buried for a week.
Oswald seemed far more traumatized than you by the event.
It wasn't the first time it happened to me. Surviving it again gave me strength. You believe that?
How did you survive for a week?
Luckily for us, there were rations and water in the tunnel. It was an outpost, see? Since then, Oswald's not keen on being inside for too long.
What caused your phobia of rats, Newton?
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
They started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, my fingers, lips. Couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies.
Oh.
Vermin eating your flesh. Oswald. He found me and saved me.
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher?
We know this.
You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
If people find out. Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, I never thought I'd love a man.
Enjoy your love. And enjoy life as long as you can, Mr. Blight. Don't let anyone tell you who you should love or how you should love them.
I appreciate your kind words, sir. But it ain't that easy. It's all so new to me.
Alright.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
This city is more peaceful without bombs, but no less dangerous.
Alright. All right, we got that. Let's see here. We still don't know what to do about Mason. We can't talk to Enid yet because she's in a locked off area, I think. So I guess let's go to the cemetery. Go to the cemetery. We're probably gonna get ambushed. Hambushed.
Die, vermin! Piece of shit! Die, vermin!
No. They found out. They found out. He also found out.
Best be moving. Lively! It's on to us! How's it? It's a killer!
He has also found out. Who else can get it?
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the
Who
strength.
else can get it? Let's see who else can get it. Uh-huh. 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 Oh, I don't have enough ammo for the boomstick anymore. But One thing I can do is bust out the Reaper.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life.
Hey, come on, you can't just quote the Stone Roses here.
Though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Could have waited a couple of minutes.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How can I? I've destroyed my family. My poor mother. I can't even console her.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
You may be right.
Of course. I've stared upon this world for centuries, and time has taught me to deal with guilt, if not erase it.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Would not be a fun existence. Where is... There's something screwy here.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Who is this?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
What?
Immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Do I? Do I?
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
Are you You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
It was an accident. A terrible, terrible accident.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
I feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What would you like her to know?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
I thought there was going to be a somebody turning around.
Whatever happened on this dock is between my sister and I. It does not concern God at all.
Jeez. All right. All right. Who else do we have in this freaking? Surely a priest won't be a snitch. Okay. Who can I take care of? I mean, Rufus. I can off. Dyson I could do in. I don't know about any of these people.
Unable to see the true hope.
Oh, right. Mortimer, Harvey, Thomas, and Thelma. Oswald, poor Oswald. Dr. Tippett. Milton. No, Milton's a vendor. I can't do anything to Milton. Darius. No, never. Albert. No, never. Benjamin. Probably. Harry. No. Or Harry. Dorothy. Could've.
Around you.
All right.
How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I prefer...
We used to be mates. We did.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your...
Loretta, who are you?
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Loretta, you're
The Swanborough...
a placebo.
Medical attempt...
If you're true...
Oh, but to pay...
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
Okay, let's go this way. What am I doing?
Watch out! It's fast! Roll back!
Oh, who is this guy? Never.
Lord, give us strength! Have no fear, brothers!
Yo, hold on.
Stop! Vampire! God walks with thee!
Bye. Anyway. Gremlins. What? Come on, get off me. What? You? Oh my gosh, what? Gimme.
Die, vermin!
What? You didn't see me. All right, avoid that. I'm gonna avoid that fight because that was another one of those.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth.
are you? Fear be gone.
Who are you?
No child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me. Made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me. Chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
Okay. I can do that.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me. Pretending to know how I should feel or behave.
What? Are you... Is...
The vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity. Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Whatever. Well, he cleaned up well. Rather, they clean up that bed well.
Jonathan, my sincere condolences for your loss.
Your kindness is much appreciated, my lady.
Is there anything you require?
Are we condemned to attend the funerals of all we love?
Dying is the final act of life, Jonathan. Present company excluded. Accepted.
I don't know what to expect. Am I cursed to an eternity of solitude?
With time, we Ekon tend to go into isolation. If we survive long enough, that is.
As a practitioner of the medical sciences, I'm prepared for the death of loved ones. But mourning in the shadows, deprived of sharing one's grief.
We are no longer a part of the circle of life and death. We are undead, my friend, and so we are outcasts.
I spied my mother at the funeral. Have you ever revealed yourself to a member of your family?
No, Jonathan. And I'd advise you even from...
I don't know.
Are we then condemned to lie to those we love?
We are creatures of deception, my friend. But this is more for their sake than ours.
But what if...
It's the vampire thing. They don't blink.
Fear, loathing, disgust. And then they will plead to be turned. They will see it as salvation. Then there's the risk of gaining the attention of vampire hunters.
Goodbye, my lady. Until we meet again.
What happened here?
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
What?
I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked...
What?
Did you see Sean Hampton leave the hospital?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital gates after the shouting started. At first I thought it was someone who was just scared, but... well, maybe it was him.
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue. It all
What?
Call me if you need assistance.
What? What happened? What was this? What was... I somehow doubt. I somehow doubt it.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Tell me the truth about your appointment as a medic during the war, Rakesh.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir, but I rose to the challenge.
You can't impersonate a doctor. You can't improvise a medical education. People could die at your hands.
You're absolutely right, sir. But as a field surgeon, it was more like being a butcher.
Do you believe you have really helped these people?
My ratings were within the averages of the regiment. I saved lives, Dr. Reed. Does that not say enough about triage and war surgery?
Do you realize how many soldiers died because of that decision? You should have refused.
Yes, sir. I swear I did, sir. But no one listened. When the first wounded arrived, I had to do what I could.
It is an unbelievable story, Mr. Chidana.
Dr. Reed. But I'm happy not to deal with the wounded. I prefer caring for the dead now.
What the? Jeez. Excuse me. Oh, this is where she was.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
Are you worried about the situation or your reputation? Now is not the time to think.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
You want to restore peace in the hospital again?
Jonathan, please, I can't rely on anyone else. And this concerns you as it involves vampires. Someone has taken advantage of our more liberal tendencies here.
In what way?
Jonathan, I may turn my head when you or her ladyship indulge, but I will not allow this place to become a nest for street feeders.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Do you really believe they would come for us here? In such a public venue?
McCullum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
Well...
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
Well... No, we're going this way. Going this way.
It seems the Prewen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here. Best be
There we go. That's right. All right. What do not that way. Not that way. No. That's the that was that priest that we saved at the very beginning. Or not the very beginning, like basically the right before we got to the hospital. We saved this priest. Bloody leech. There's somebody else around here. Oh, it's that guy. Okay. Good scream. Real good scream. Yeah, yeah. All right. Oh. Hold on. Instead of going this way, we're going this way.
Best turn around if I were you.
Oh my god.
Right now.
I don't know. I don't know. I do know one thing.
For now, everything seems under control, more or less. You again. What do you want?
Do you know where I can find Sean Hampton? I need to talk to him.
The sad saint. Why on earth do you want to talk to him?
He was one of my patients at the Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, yeah. I heard the poor bastard had been abducted by some cunt. You better ask Tom Watts. He knows Sean Hampton well.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby. Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint? I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say. Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
Mark my words. These murders are the work of a...
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
I'm a tracker of these creatures. A vampire hunter.
You best be off to your...
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do for you? Tom, I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. Oh, I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin.
The important thing is I find him. Quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any suspicious activity or strange events recently?
And what do you define as a strange event? More to the point, who are you?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton.
Throgmorton.
Hunter extraordinaire and warden of the East End.
A vampire hunter? Really?
I know what you're thinking. I'm just another lunatic howling at the moon, but I'm not. The bloodsuckers exist, and they're close.
Closer than you think.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'd like to hear more about these vampires you're hunting.
A man of science! Where?
Science! God, yes.
So, how exactly are you protecting these people? I'm curious.
I patrol late at night, investigating anything unusual. I try and encourage people to stay indoors, but people are careless.
How do you identify a vampire?
It's simple, really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid of garlic and holy symbols. They also cannot enter a house without being invited.
Have you ever killed one of these creatures? Yourself, I mean.
Of course I have. What kind of question is that? It's a dirty business, believe me.
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up posters to alert the population to the vampire threat.
Are you asking me to paste posters about vampires?
Of course he is.
If you did that, then I can focus on my patrol.
Watch out for vampires!
What can you tell me about this neighborhood?
Did you hear about what happened to Jack Gillingham? Oh boy. It's a shame I wasn't around to protect him.
It's impossible to protect everyone. The violence seems endemic in this part.
It's my duty. I am convinced Jack Gillingham was killed by a vampire.
He was not. He was not.
So,
I patrol it.
Have you heard of the Guard of Priwen?
Of course. They're dedicated hunters. A little militant for my taste, but they do let anyone join.
So you hunt alone? That sounds risky.
Vampires are just like every other predator. They hunt when they're hungry and follow certain patterns. It's just a matter of observation and patience.
Right.
Were you ever tempted to join the Guard yourself?
I did think about it, but I'm more of a silent hunter. They're more of a sanitary
Open.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me, Mr. Throgmorton?
The sad saint? He should be at his night asylum at this hour, but I cannot tell you how to find it, sorry.
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor. I'm sure your intentions are good, but people who sleep there, they have plenty of reasons to hide.
I could make you tell me, but I respect your refusal. You really believe Sean is a saint, don't you?
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is, though, it only strengthened his faith.
Okay.
And good hunting, Mr. Throgmorton.
Okay. I'm like side-eyeing that one. Kind of. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. This way. This way. And whoop. Oh, it's open.
Another disgusting ghoul did it, don't you think?
Seems like the Guard of Priwen is on Sean Hampton's trail too.
Jeez! Flamethrower!
I'll send you to die, Put an end to you! Kill it!
The wounds on this corpse are deep, the result of rabid rage. If this is Sean's doing, he's become a murderous beast.
Well, one cool thing is now I can get to Enid and somebody else and some other people. Would you like to know more? Guard the freedom of us all. Join the Royal Fleet today.
Leech! Die, vermin!
Yeah, I'm not a... Okay, cool. I like the whole approach of the guard being like, yeah, we're just gonna walk away from night shelter's vicinity, huh?
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan.
Oh, is this...
I already took my medication, Doctor. But thank you.
I'm sorry. Your medication? Have we met before?
Don't tease me like that, Jack. Sorry, what?
I think I should come in, miss. I'd like to check if everything is okay, what with the epidemic spreading across London.
An epidemic, you say? How terrible. I had no idea. But where are my manners? Please do come in, Doctor. You are a doctor, yes?
Absolutely. Rodney, I just heard what happened tonight. I know your house, but you were already gone, so now I'm writing this note. Is it true you killed him? I can't believe it. Why? What happened? I really need to talk to you now. Please find a way to contact me when you receive this message, since I know you can be very cautious and prove. And to prove to you this is not a trap, let's use a code so we can meet. When we meet, I'll whistle my name in Morse code, and you'll whistle yours, okay? That way you'll know it's really me. For now, it's a good thing you're hiding. The wet boys are all over the neighborhood claiming that they'll punish the man who murdered one of them. I'm sure you can make an arrangement to settle things once the heat dies down. Oh. Oh. It wasn't. It wasn't.
Dr. Tippett, what brings you back here? I heard whispers you had a job at that fancy hospital.
I told you my name is Jonathan Reed. Don't you remember?
Of course I do. I remember my name too. Gillingham. But you may call me Enid, Doctor. I'm very happy to see you again.
I'm looking for a Sean Hampton. Do you know where I might find him?
Sean Hampton, you say? Oh, the name does seem vaguely familiar, but alas, I cannot recall from where.
Is anyone taking care of you, Miss Gillingham?
My son is always here to take care of me. He's a good boy like that, but I do worry that he needs to start living his own life. I would never say that to him, of course.
Oh.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Oh, no. I don't gossip. That would be most unbecoming of a lady such as myself.
Who are the more influential figures on the docks?
Well, I heard about some terrible illness going around. I would say in that case that it's you, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Tippett, okay.
Do you require medical attention, miss?
I'm glad you asked, Dr. Tippett. I must confess I haven't felt that well of late.
I'll try my best. Here, take this. And please, try to get some rest.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Enid, have you really no idea what happened to your son? No idea at all?
I've not seen Jack for so long. I lose track of time. Has something bad happened to him?
Jack is dead, Miss Gillingham.
Of course he's not. I've seen him. Tonight, in fact. Ever the joker, Dr. Tippett.
Oh, no.
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Oh, no.
It's locked.
I think I accidentally busted down Jack's watch.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something.
Which, yeah, that stinks.
I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
He's a caretaker for the poor, is he not?
Something like that, yes.
Sorry, I don't know where he is.
Okay.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Have you got any friends around these parts?
Not really. Miss Gillingham smiles and says kind words, but I know she's lost her marbles, especially since her son died.
How interesting. I don't suppose you know what happened to her son.
Jack! Rumour has it he tried to tackle some gang lads. I didn't know him well, but I heard he was a nice enough chap. His old ma still thinks he's around.
Tell me about this crazy woman. Madness is often mistaken for other conditions.
The poor woman's mad, all right. Kind and all, but she has so much trouble remembering things. She's taken me for a son more than once.
Let me be frank. You're as much of a businessman as I am a werewolf, right?
Who the hell are you to question me? It's hard enough to stay clean when you don't have a place to sleep. I'm doing my best here.
I meant no offense, Mr. Nightingale. I was merely pointing out the fact that you're unlikely to survive long if you continue wandering this path.
And what should I do then, sir? Should I join the wet boot boys like so many others? No thanks. I'd rather be a bad seller than a dead gang member.
Why not try seeking help instead of peddling your wares? I'm sure there are people around here that would gladly help.
There's always the night asylum. I heard it's run by a very nice man, but I'm no beggar. Not yet, at least.
There is no shame in asking for help, my boy. Sometimes it can even be the best course of action.
I don't feel okay with that. I'm gonna make a name for myself, and I'll do it by myself.
Sorry. Well, alright. Let's see what you got.
Please, sir. Come and have a gander.
Vampire and the Guard have such a will never have such a common interest. Never, not as long as I live, nor after I die and pass the torch to another leader. I know some of us have witnessed such strange and huge vampire hunting down skulls just like we do. He's well dressed and seems to speak eloquently, but don't be fooled if this unknown leech and his friends seem to hate skulls as much as we do. Some others offered them safe haven in exchange for obedience. Scouts in the north have reported such strange ceremonies occur in the secluded forests of Scotland, ceremonies of blood and human sacrifice to old pagan gods. They may be adversaries to the London vampires, but none of these leech factions could be our allies. All vampires must be destroyed, and no allegiance will be made between them and us. Well, my dear Jack, I write you this letter as I have the strength and the will. Not that I have something to hide or fear, except perhaps to forget what I want to tell you. I always knew you would become someone important, someone good and nice. I knew it since you were a child. You preferred to read books rather than going to play outside. I knew it when you helped me carry groceries before you went to school. And clean the house after you came back. I'm proud of you, my son. Only because I am your mother, because you deal with somewhat well with everything around you. I'm sorry I've recently become such a burden to you. Never forget I love you. I hope you never forget you love me, Enid. Aww. Hydrate.
Good evening, Miss Gillingham. May I come in?
Of course, of course.
Thanks for the water.
If not, I'll find you something. Are you certain you're not?
Why is it loading?
So, Dr. Tippets, what brings you back here? We haven't talked in quite some time.
Tell me, Enid, why do you feel guilty about your son?
I know I'm a burden to my Jack. I know my mind and my thoughts are drifting away. I'm so sorry. I can't help it.
This is not your doing, Miss Gillingham. You do not have to apologize for your condition.
Of course I don't, Doctor. I've done nothing wrong, I swear it. What exactly are we talking about?
Aww. Aww.
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Aww. It's been established for some time now that Skull is the vernacular name of different species of lesser blood drinkers. Skull often seems to be the victim of a vampire attack who miraculously survived death and came back as a crooked version of its maker. According to many observations made by our order throughout the centuries, skulls are generally despised and killed by vampires, who consider them lesser and despicable creatures. The name itself means slave. They've also been called Sakaliba, Sklavus, or Sklavinoi. This shows how old these creatures are and how their makers perceive them. This may be why skulls tend to form small and discrete communities that stick together. It's also interesting to note that skulls tend to seem to call themselves this way, as if they accepted for a long time that their status as inferior servants among the vampires. It's more difficult for a skull to hide its monstrous nature. Pale skin, strange teeth, terrible teeth, strange emaciation, dilated and staring pupils. Many have lost all hair, and they show wounds and scars, which stay open but never completely healing. They also seem capable of surviving by eating the flesh of the dead, while vampires need blood from the living. They may be the real origin of the mythological creature of the ghoul, figure of the ghoul, a folklore creature who lurk in cemeteries and feed from the dead. A skull is a miserable creature. Most of the times they feared being seen by humans and vampires. In some regions, older skulls have been witnessed nearby vampires as servant or slave, obtaining protection by sacrificing their freedoms. Most of the skulls are descended from echons and show humanoid silhouettes. Much more in common, some present a more canine aspect and behave like wolves. They're sometimes called vulpes in ancient text, and at least a third type exists in the shape of a bird or a bat. They are called corvus. William Marshall himself referred 3 times to some bird-shaped creatures he called vampire in his memoirs. Other types may exist, unknown or identified for now. William Marshall? William Marshall? Rodney has been lost. Lost?
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I have your attention for a minute?
Good evening, sir. My name is Giselle Paxton, but I don't have time for men like you.
Have we met before?
No, but I just need to look at your fancy clothes to know that you must be desperate to visit the docks at night.
That's quite judgmental of you.
Sir, I've led enough strikes when I had a job to identify you as an enemy of the working class.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
What is it you want? Does he owe you money? Has he displeased your Royal Highness? I'm no snitch, Mr. Fancy Pants.
You speak of strikes and class enemy. Am I right to assume you're involved in trade union activism?
You bet I am. Well, I was. Nowadays, I'm just another worker blacklisted by the big companies.
Isn't the whole point of trade unions to help workers in need? Why don't they support you?
A few nights back, I lost the money my companions had asked me to hide. With me and my sister being penniless, they thought I stole it.
What really happened?
I drank too much that night. Strange men saw me count the money in that bar. Some sort of militia in uniform. I'm sure they robbed me.
You lost your job because of your beliefs.
Those bastards really hate a worker who refuses slave wages and unsafe conditions, especially when it's a woman.
How's your health?
May I ask what you do for a living?
I'm killing myself scraping for a living. And you? Have you ever had to struggle in your entire life?
As I told you, I'm a doctor. You have to work a lot to earn that title.
Oh, a doctor. Born with money in a nice house, were we? Was Daddy a banker or a doctor himself?
Why such hatred? Are you judging me by my clothes and my job?
Course I am. Fuck, you're so blind. You don't even see your privilege. Lazy people like you disgust me.
What can you tell me about this vicinity?
Tell you what, just spend a few weeks here, and then ask me that question again. If you're still alive, I mean.
If you have something to say, say it. I'm getting tired of all this.
Oh. You want information instead? Well, here's some for you. Giselle Paxton does not like you at all, Doctor.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Can I help you?
A fancy doctor lurking at night by the docks? Not fishy at all.
And what about you? Working outside at night in this dangerous part of town?
You want to know my secret? I'm trying to earn money. And I'm Lottie Paxton, by the way.
Is it not dangerous to work here at night?
As long as I have good legs, I can run away from trouble. The sad saint now provides me and my sister a bed and a roof. I don't want to lose that.
Are you homeless, Miss Paxton?
Mr. Hampton's night asylum is our new home now. It's a safe place for me and my sister.
What can you tell me about the sad saint?
It's just the nickname of Sean Hampton, the sad saint of the East End. He gave me shelter, and he's not always sad.
What can you tell me about this place? How are things here?
It may be okay for a strong girl like me, but a dandy doctor from the city like yourself, you better watch your back, Mr. Reed.
You really think I should go back to a safer place, miss?
No. I think you had better stay and help as many people as you can. Just avoid the wet boot boys. Those bastards are worse than the epidemic.
Which local dangers must I avoid?
Well, the gangs, the thieves, the drunks, the jobless. A man with your fancy clothes will attract a lot of attention.
Well, I am not someone so easily intimidated.
Glad to hear that. And if you get into trouble, you can always seek help at Sean Hampton's shelter.
Dandy. Alright.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
Mr. Hampton must be in his office at the night asylum he manages, I suppose. Why do you want to see him?
He was a patient of mine at the Pembroke Hospital, but he left abruptly.
I see. Well, Mr. Hampton is a discreet and dedicated man. I'm sure you'll find him soon enough.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Where are we at? Where are we going? Where are we going? I'm thinking upstairs. Upstairs. Well, it has multiple meanings. Multiple meanings, but yeah, it was a bit of a. It was a bit of a. At the time, it was a bit of a slur at the time. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Burnt letter, what? Miss Paxton, I recently heard that blank Hampton shelter for months, and money is support of any kind positive answers may be from you. My boys always get what they accept no for an answer, keep on refusing to answer me, and the wet boot boys will come, and you and your sister. That's...
Is it all that worries you, Sean? My long face? Really?
This is a blessing for me, to become a Skal. Immortality gives me more time and energy, if truth be known, to run a shelter. What more could I want?
The amount of blood that has been shed, it's hard to believe you, Sean.
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not speak a lie to you.
Aren't you afraid of what you've become?
What's happened to you?
Can't you see it? The Lord has made us able to walk amongst the plague and aid those that need it.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house and holy symbols repel you?
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
But you must drink blood now to survive.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will...
Yeah,
So saith the Lord. I only need to eat flesh, no blood.
Why return here?
This is my home. These people are my flock. You will always find me where I am needed.
And what about William Bishop? He tried to take care of you. But this hunger, this thirst, cannot be restrained.
Alas, poor William. He had a good soul, but was weak in spirit. He could not shake the thirst for booze, never mind blood. But have faith. My will is far stronger than his.
Wonders never cease. Skal managing an asylum.
And what of you? A vampire doctor? Meals laid out before you. Yet you restrain?
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
So you claim Miss Jones' death was not by your hand, nor the other incidents at Pembroke?
Though Harriet was an angry, spiteful woman, she was one of God's creatures.
I think he's a bit deluded.
But she was lost, separated from the fold. She did not see the hand of the divine in my blessed condition.
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
Very well. You have definitely intrigued me. I hope you're right, Sean.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I'll surrender myself to your judgment.
Well.
We'll have a talk when you've returned from the sewers, Dr. Reed.
This is hiding a door. This is a fake cabinet. This is...
I know I promised you I'd make everything right, Mum. But it's not been that
The bomb exploded just after dawn in front of Dawson Munitions Factory, the largest employer in the district. The nation smashed the windows of all the factories in North Southwark. It's a miracle only 2 people died in the attack. Confirmed Chief Superintendent Alexander Brighton.
It's locked.
This Seymour worries me. Perhaps Sean knows something about him.
I cannot enter.
Locked.
It's locked.
It's locked.
Much work to do.
Okay. Okay. What's that? Do not cough in public. Oh, come on!
Take a breath of this!
Got him. Famous original Draculas. Forgive me, God, for what I'm about to confess. Sometimes I wish I never saved Dyson Delaney from drowning when he fell in the canal. There, I said it. Please forgive me, Lord. I'm just a sinner. Dyson may be the most frustrating case I've ever had to deal with since I opened my night shelter in the East End. For years, I've tried to understand why this man regularly makes me so irritated, and I think recently I found out why. Dyson has stopped fighting for good and forever. I've met so many heavy drinkers in my life, men and women, rich and poor, young and old. Witnessed their fights from their demons, their past, their guilt, their failures. Sometimes they can put a name on this inner evil of theirs. Sometimes they've never been able to identify the real cause of their despair. But in most cases... these men and women are drinking is a way to keep fighting. Of course, it's a useless and destructive form of struggle, but at least this self-destruction means that something makes them suffer and they still fight against this pain they feel so deep inside. Even a severe alcoholic like William Bishop keeps struggling with his addiction and asking for salvation for the light of Christ. As long as they wish to see this light, there's a place for hope. Dyson Delaney has no hope left. Oh... Yeah. Anti-vampire. Danger is closer than you think. They are already here. Do not let them take the kingdom. Hey, that looks like the, That looks like the, yeah, like Nosferatu, but like the, like my maker, right? Like that one vampire that in the red cloud that showed up.
The public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Yeah, the entity.
We need to call for reinforcements. We need to call for reinforcements. Right.
Oh my God!
Just march right up and cut him down. March right up and cut him down. It's easy. If you know how.
one of them burning! Murdering bastard!
There we go. Bastard! How you doing, Krill? This game's good. This game's cool. It is. I like that Don't Nod is exploring these kinds of games more again. And actually bringing in like some of the conversation stuff, like the heavy conversation and kind of expository stuff from Life is Strange into, you know, these kinds of action RPGs. They're doing another one coming out next year. Called, gosh, what is it called? It's almost a follow-up to this in a lot of ways because it's...
Everyone has some unethical ways of fighting.
Banishers, and it's got the same character model as this guy. But it's about like 15th century demon hunters. I wish I could do...
Shit, that leech is fast! Die, vermin!
There we go. I appreciate how they just know. This is no longer a vampire. I could just walk right up to him and... Well, I mean, I do have the eyes so intense. Meanwhile... Yeah, that would be good. That'd be good. That'd be helpful, especially against these, against these other, like, beast vampire things. I think I might be able to get, like, a smaller version of the flamethrower at some point, but who knows? Who really knows? Okay, this is... Yeah, we've been here before. Zoom. Whoop. Yeah, the Canis, whatever. Werewolf vampires. Vamp wires. What is this? Where is this? Vampyrs. Is this a bread shop? Bread. Bread, all this bread. Look at all this bread. Exquisite bread. Everywhere, bread. I hope it's good bread. Bread. Bread in the windows, bread everywhere. Oh, I hate him.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Lottie, tell me about the Wet Boot Boys. I know they've threatened you.
Edwina Cox wanted me to provide her with information about Mr. Hampton's resources. I refused.
Is that not dangerous?
Fuck them and their lies. They claim they protect the interests of the neighborhood, but they are just greedy parasites like all the rest.
I respect your courage, Miss Paxton, and I hope life will never wear you down.
Dr. Reed, you know how to make a girl blush. I am glad you came to the docks, whatever your real reasons are.
Lottie, tell me about the death of your mother.
Giselle killed her, plain and simple. She killed her with her daily whims, her laziness, and her complaints.
That's quite a statement. You can't kill someone because you're fickle.
Mother was very ill, but I forgave Giselle. What I couldn't stand was how she cried at her funeral like she was the one left alone.
Perhaps your sister is not as tough as you are.
I know that, and I don't blame her. It just makes me sad that my own sister is the person I understand the least.
Giselle is the only family you have left. Don't you think it's time you forgave her?
Sometimes words are harder to forgive than acts, Dr. Reed.
Fair enough.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Alright, where is your horrible sister?
Lost your horse, Governor? Or are you just out of your mind?
You again? What do you want?
I've identified the men who stole from you. You were right. They were members of some self-proclaimed militia.
I knew it! Did you find the money, too?
Yes, here it is. They thought they could finance their activities with it.
I never thought a man like you would be kind enough to... I misjudged you. Badly. Well, thank you, sir.
Will you give the money back to your comrades, then?
Fuck those bastards who fired me. I'll give the money to Miss Gillingham. Her son Jack was a friend of mine. He was killed recently.
What can you tell me about this vicinity?
Tell you what, just spend a...
You don't know me.
You're...
You're right, Miss Paxton. My clothes and my manners do speak for me. And I may not belong here, but that doesn't make me a bad person.
You tell me, Dr. Reed. You tell me.
Giselle, I know you sleep at Sean Hampton's shelter. What can you tell me about him?
He provided a roof for me and my sister. I am grateful, of course, but he gives me the creeps.
Why is that?
He's always sad, like he's about to cry. He's always asking us to get closer to God, to give ourselves to the Lord. Creepy.
I know you were friends with Miss Gillingham's son, Jack. Tell me about his death.
Jack's murder has been a shock to the neighborhood.
Hmm.
A sign that the situation is now out of control.
Why is that?
There has always been tension between the Wet Boot Boys and members of the trade union.
Wet Boot Boys.
Who killed him?
No one will ever know. One thing is certain. While Jack was alive, I had one less reason to drink.
Why does that upset you so much?
I wish I had found the time and words to tell him how important he was to me before it was too late. Another failure for Giselle Paxton.
Giselle, tell me about the death of your mother.
After our father died, Mother worked so hard she made herself sick. We spent all the money we had on useless drugs and doctors. It was hell.
Hell? What do you mean?
The three of us were exhausted and desperate. And when I'm desperate, I tend to get angry. And I'm hard to live with. Lottie said I killed him.
Excuse me.
You should talk to your sister. Whatever happened when your mother died, the truth lies somewhere between your two versions.
I don't want to talk about that. It was years ago. We Paxton sisters are tough. We don't apologize.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss.
I didn't blow up the hint yet. There's that. And we took care of that. Alright, alright. Who else is here? Everybody's healthy at this point, except for Sean Hampton. Sorry, Sean Hampton. I think you're gonna probably end up dying. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Wet boots.
Wet boots.
It's locked.
What's really good is like when a couple of times in conversations previously in the game, they've
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Goodbye. And good hunting, Mr. Throgmorton.
Alright, let me find a place to burn these posters. These posters. We could, don't let them take the kingdom.
Are you certain you're not lost, sir?
No, no. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. Wait, what? I'm just picking up change. Picking up spare change. Trying to find, I wonder if the sheet music is anything. Nope. Well, you're kind of in an unfortunate place. You're in kind of a... You sure you're gonna be alright? Wow. Alright, where is... Like I said, need to find a place to burn these horrible posters. But I don't know where at this point. Here? No. What am I?
Turn around, sir.
Excuse me? Are you threatening me?
Crush the liver!
I order you to die. I mean, should I put up the posters? It could make the... It could really infuriate the guard. I want to see. I want to see something. Just for my own curiosity and amusement. As to what vampire hunter extraordinaire will let me do here. Okay, so there's no real... No real... You know what? I'll humor him. I'll put up the posters. Just for funsies.
It's hard enough to cover the dock spiders.
I'll put up a silly posters and make the...
Informing London's inhabitants of the presence of vampires. What does that make me? A double or a triple agent?
I'm just goofing. I'm just goofing, y'all. There's no real vampires. Vampires aren't real. I'm just goofing. I'm just putting up these comedy posters. It's a parody. Tis but a prank. Yeah. Where's the... I'm having real trouble focusing on where to put these posters. Okay.
It's one of them!
You won't. Spoiler alert. Like true comedy. There we go.
Done. Mr. Throgmorton should be happy.
Sure he will.
Vampire kills are not a science.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Yeah.
I put up your public service announcement. Consider the common folk warned about the vampiric presence.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You may not realize you saved a great many lives today.
Yeah.
You really think they could be useful?
See the sad saint of the East End? How a single man can help so many people? I consider myself the discreet protector of these men and women.
You've never faced, let alone killed a vampire, Ichabod. You're a fraud.
No, I'm not. I may embellish the truth concerning my achievements, but I'm totally dedicated to my quest.
Stop fooling yourself. You've never faced a vampire before. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, that's not true, sir. I've already faced one of these creatures.
Oh, really? And you're still alive.
Well, we did not actually fight. I let it go.
What do you mean?
I entered the vampire's den. The stench was terrible. I was ready to kill it. But then I saw it. Just a suffering soul like you and me. I spared her.
Tell me about the vampire you spared.
It was... She was a girl. Her body was a mess. I could see pus running from the deep wound. She was crying in pain.
You cared about her. That's what defines us as human, Ichabod.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ichabod. Thanks, Ichabod.
I'm haunted by the tragedies she caused ever since I spared her.
Thanks for that description.
Tell me, Ichabod, why do you consider yourself the protector of Sean Hampton's shelter?
He is a truly inspiring example. Dedicated, pious.
This guy.
Open to all, whoever they are. Most admirable.
I would have a much goofier voice for this guy if I,
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
I appreciate your concern, but I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
Goodbye. And good hunting, Mr. Throg.
Yeah, have fun. Have fun. I'll kill you later, I'm sure. All right.
You again? What do you want?
Oh, wrong sister. Wrong person. Bye. All right. Back up to the lower banks. Wait, hold on. Okay. All right, I think I know where we're going. We're going this way. No? Over here. Huh. Excuse me. Beware.
It's locked.
Locked.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
You're pressing the same button, dude, over and over again. Of course it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work.
So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
Yeah. They sure do.
That doesn't work.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That also doesn't work. Hey, did you know that doesn't work? Hey, that doesn't work. Hey, listen up. That doesn't work. You think it works now? Nope. Maybe you should try again. Oh, wait. Never mind. It doesn't work. Oh, 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 oh. Well, I can break these barrels from the other side. Oh, but I gotta get rats. I get rats. Gotta find the rats.
I cannot enter.
I gotta do some rats. I'm surprised I have to do some rats here. think I'm going to have to switch my equipment up, or yeah, I'm gonna have to switch my equipment up. The good revolver. Well, not a very good revolver if you can't shoot barrels. Well, I can break these. So why are there no... Yeah, I know. I hear something. I hear them, but I don't see them. Maybe I can switch to the shotgun instead. And get a better... Get better stuff.
The gate should shut properly now.
Not yet. Oh, I got it. Okay, there we go. Cool. Am I gonna finally find rats down here? See something. Beware. Keep out. Big blood splatter. Oh, by the way, here we go. There's rats.
This is despicable.
Yeah, it is. What you gonna do, though? What you gonna do? I can't believe you're doing this either. I can't believe you've done this. But hey, guess what? Your blood levels are back up to a decent spot. For the most part. And if you need more, well... Guess what, buddy?
It's locked.
It's locked. You can't be in the water! Oh, buddy.
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again! The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, new boy, or I'll crush you like a maggot. You've let the beast consume you. Finally, a touch of lucidity.
Oh boy, boss fight. Boss fight.
You dare challenge the dictates of Ascalon? Whence you vanished, I'll slaughter these skulls while singing your name. Banshee, the hand crushes all.
Jeez.
Part and spill my blood to the pit. Thine shall be a fair skull to adorn my mantle. Your blood is now mine. I shall crush you.
Ow. That was my head, dude. Anyway. Well. Come on, dude. Wake up. You're better than that. You know I... You're obviously, you know. Obviously, you know, I'll see you again, I'm sure. I'll see you again. I'm sure.
At least one skull escaped Fergal's wrath. The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far.
Cave story.
How could he have made it this far? There's blood everywhere.
Blood everywhere. I wanted to go this alternate route, so just in case I missed anything. As well. I'm sure this will lead me all back to the same place, right? Right. I'm still seeing handprints. And there's that room with the big blood splotch.
Safe we are, still. Drink now.
Bless you, Bridget.
This isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst. This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, vampire. But thank you.
Please, who are you? I sense your sadness.
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget.
Oh. So this...
I'm a newborn, Ekon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Ekon, but I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Why was that creature after you?
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us dead or turned into slaves if they had their way.
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Skal.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
I get the sense that...
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us.
7 yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So was it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
Sean is a Skal. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am Old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you. She is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
Huh. Interesting. This is a new layer of things.
Eternal gratitude for your protection, Master.
We're at your mercy. Will you end us?
I can't.
Old Bridget says you are one to trust.
Ascalon has stalked us for ages upon ages.
Huh, interesting. Interesting.
Eternal gratitude for your protection.
Yeah, the Sumer skulls seem to be kind of
Ascalon has stalked us for ages upon ages.
like they're sort of an analog, I guess, to Vampire the Masquerade's Nosferatu.
Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor. So full of secrets.
I've so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. My body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
Your room, the blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed.
Hey, ex-Cass. And military as well.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Why did you come here?
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
So you desire to stay here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet. Always alone.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
We are not dead, Harriet. Death no longer pertains to us. We are different.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayer. The shadows killed that bastard.
Yeah. It's widely varied.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord.
Good!
Lived here for many years before falling ill.
Harriet's the best character.
Awful man. Disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
Good. Harriet rules. I knew Harriet rules from the moment I met her.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
Yeah.
They heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness. Quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, we got our answers. It's cool. It's cool. No coincidence that Ekons are the most eminent and numerous of all vampires. Ekons are the true aristocracy of immortals. And if I may add, they're the only ones able to stay at the top of the food chain. Everywhere I've traveled, I only met Ekons assuming mortal lives or forming a mortal society. Ekons are the most human, the most clever, the most educated of all vampires. Don't get me wrong here. I have nothing against the more exotic species like the Volcod who share the gift of immortality with us. Most of them can prove useful if properly canalized towards a clear goal, but they lack the most important trait of all, the ability to mingle with mortals without being spotted. Therefore, the Ascalon Club should only accept Ekon of the highest lineage as a member of its inner circle, depending on circumstances. Volcods can be accepted as war dogs or hunting hounds, as long as they obey our laws. Luckily enough, these lesser cousins have natural tendencies to submit and obey to their masters. Huh.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us, spend time with us, and I may be willing to answer more questions.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most Skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most Skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
Why do you live here, amongst filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the Sewer Skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city. We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she is a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
Thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Shornhampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access.
Yeah.
But you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Thank you, old Bridget. I hope we'll meet again.
Oh. It's, yeah, I mean, it's... Like I said, I've noticed enough variety. I've noticed, like... And of course, you know... The one guy with the very obvious, Rodney? Rodney?
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
Rodney, you're the man who killed that gang member, are you not? Is that why you are hiding in this godforsaken place?
Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the color of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Unfortunately, I have met several murderers during my lifetime. You don't look like them. I can tell you're no cold-blooded killer.
You're right, sir. At first it was just a simple argument between us. But the man had a bad fall.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands.
Hopefully he'll be fine. And if you know, if you need to, I'll just kill all the wet boys or whatever they're called. I'll just take them all out.
I cannot enter.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Old Bridget allowed me to wander above some years back. It was unpleasant.
Unpleasant. I feel you. I went outside 3 years ago and it was awful. Yeah, I'm fine right now. I'm good on blood. See that bottom meter down there? That's my blood meter. I don't need any right now. I'm good. Oh, follow the arrows. I like the bar with the skulls. I love the skull bar. It's perfect. Perfect in every way.
I cannot enter.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just playing this on easy because I'm a big coward and I just like the story. I just want to experience the story.
It's locked.
It's locked. But I'm enjoying this so far.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Oh, God, great.
Are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers.
It's just hot dog.
I am your most humble servant.
It's just hot dog.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
You make no distinction between the living and the skulls, do you?
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
You've turned Skal now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
Harriet, Miss Jones has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skulls, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of His divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
I will strive to emulate your merciful nature, Sean, but it's a difficult pledge to make.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament.
Eyes.
Eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
Wow. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. I'm sorry, I have to see. I can't scum this, you see? I can't scum this at all. You know. There is a, you know, there's a decision to be made, and and different things happen for every decision. Yeah, it's autosave. Different things happen for every decision. And yeah. Oh gosh. Huh. Different things happen. Yeah. Well, I'm just like, I feel like I should turn, Sean. Honestly. Like, I mean, Spare is... I feel like I should turn him.
My discover is vampire blood would enhance your metabolism, perhaps even heal you. If what old Bridget says is true, I'll give you some of mine.
I'd rather not. It would be extremely awkward.
You have no choice, Sean. It's the only way to protect your Cheptel, those still amongst the living.
No, Dr. Reed. God made me this way. Who am I to disobey his will?
You believe that God's plan was for you to be abandoned at birth?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
I can't imagine God intended for you to be molested by a priest in an orphanage. Drink, friend.
No.
I said kneel and drink. Now.
Not my whole hand. That's my hand. That's my arm. No. No. Well. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Oh, we went up to Mesmerize. We went up to Mesmerize level 3. This district will soon suffer the consequences of your action. Well.
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father. "29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
All right, Shampton. Come on. Oh, well, I guess we can't. Guess we can't talk to him until later. We'll leave you be. We'll leave him alone for now.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious?
Anything suspicious?
Did you see what happened to him? Actually, yes. He was thrown from the roof like a vulgar log.
Who could have done that?
Who? Well, a vampire, of course. Look, bite marks on the neck and lacerations here. There is definitely a vampire close.
Definitely a vampire. Definitely.
You didn't see it. He was dead before he hit the ground. The strength required to do such a thing, well, it beggars belief.
Ah. Well, I think I'm about to wrap up here shortly. We've been on for 7.5 hours. All right.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming back to the shelter from work when I heard an awful scream, and there was this man, dead, just in front of the building. No, I told you, just that awful woman's scream.
A woman's scream? Are you sure?
Of course. It was terrifying. I thought it was my sister, so I ran. But it was a man I've never seen round here before.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You again? What do you want?
Did you see what just happened?
No, I didn't. And I don't care.
Really? Why is that?
Because this sexist pig is one of the 4 men who blacklisted me. Good riddance, if you ask me.
You know what?
I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You're cool. You're cool, Zell. You're cool, Giselle. Gazelle. You're cool. You're cool. Good attitude to have. Backwatch. R.I.P. Bozo. Wait. Maybe I'll be able to. Or maybe. I don't know. One of these. One of these. I hope one of these is a capture, just like in Steam or whatever. All right. I think we should probably... We should probably hit up a hideout at some point. Yeah, we should probably hit up a hideout at some point. Where's the closest one? That's one. How'd you end up there? All right, let's do this. And we're resting. If you've ever lived near the docks at East End, you must know who Sean Patrick Hampton is. If not, you might have heard of him. His name is starting to be spread through the entire capital. And the song it sings is one of hope. Sean is the humble founder of Hampton Asylum, an establishment that he built with his own hands and convictions. The building, an abandoned warehouse, gracefully donated by the Dawson family, then renovated and transformed into one of the most famous asylum in London. The poor and hungry are welcomed under his roof, and with them he shares his food, his care, and his prayers. Sean Hampton came from a background of misery, but the hardships of life did disfigure and maim his profound trust in the Lord. If anything, the faithful man gained an acute empathy in exchange for the torments of poverty. His love of others is renowned throughout the docks. Rare are those who didn't witness Sean cry out the sight of an infirm veteran, an orphan child, or a sick mother. Really? I thought it was on sale on Steam right now. Like, I thought it was like... Where is it? Also, I get this for free from Epic. This was free on Epic for a week, so it might go free again. Especially wait for wait for around the time of the holidays when they do like the free game every day or whatever, and be on the lookout for it there. Cause Because, yeah, that's how I managed to get a hold of it. I'm guessing it's never going to be totally sanitized because of Cadigan Bates. I'm guessing it's the same way with Clay Cox. All right. I think we're